Zeichen verwendet. Ich fand das so lustig.
Kesho. Before you disappear then. Tulikuwa pamoja ujini, mimi nimetoka ndio yeye ameingia. Mimi bwana naomba tu niongee na polisi lakini sio samani lakini Ania sasa mnamaji kwa mwenyeji. Mnataka kutuletea nini sasa? Sasa hivi. Sasa hivi tunataka tuteka kangai. Kangai ile hapa. Ile kipindi kile kufanikiwa. Kipindi kile ilikuwa ni of course ilikuwa kwenye mpango kama vile lakini ilibidi ifanyike kwanza lenzi zinaanza. Watu wanatoa maoni. Size gani? Tatu. Okay.
exposure. Here is what business. I mean, you look at it. Yeah, nation.
No, it's fine.
Syndicate. For the first time, freedom of speaking, I can do it.
It was good. It was very interesting. Yeah, half an hour. So that's what I would say. No, it was good. I mean, it was interesting. I mean, there were definitely more projects.
I remember eating this.
Was one snake. I haven't heard that
You're not going to wale vandalize the system zima nchi wa so much.
system wanaita kwa sababu ndio bado. Wewe kwanza hiyo ndio kama mambo kwa Harmonize yeye ndio sasa wao uje kuwarudishia na mabiashara jadi na kidogo lunch kama kizi na
she's part of like
around. White House.
sasa muulize kitu kingine. Ni wazuoni wenzetu.
regarding that.
Katika eneo hilo tutaendelea kuhakikisha. Kwa hiyo baada ya kuona changamoto hiyo kama nchi, kama Umoja wa Afrika Mashariki pamoja na jumuiya kwa ujumla walishirikiana kwa pamoja na wadau ambao tunawataja kwa ajili ya kuunda hii Center of Excellence, na jukumu lake kubwa sana ilikuwa kwanza ni kutoa taaluma hasa katika level hii ya kati ambayo ni ya master degree, ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunakwenda sasa kuweza kupambana katika ulimwengu wa viwanda, lakini vile mabadiliko makubwa ya viwanda ya 4.5. Nadhani juzi tulikuwa na kongamano kama hili, tulikuwa tunazungumzia masuala ya artificial intelligence au akili bandia ambayo inaambatana kabisa na swala hili la innovations pamoja na ICT. Sasa sisi kama serikali tuna wajibu mkubwa sana kwa kuhakikisha kwanza tunatengeneza mazingira wezeshi, lakini vile vile tunaweka sera ambayo ya kusupport programu hizi nchini kwetu ili kuweza kuimarisha ndani ya nchi, lakini vile katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki. Na hilo kama serikali, kama wizara tunaendelea kufanya, na katika kuhakikisha kwamba tunakwenda vizuri huko, tulisema tusianzie kwenye programu hizi za masters pamoja na degree. Katika kulifanya hilo tutakuwa na kumbukumbu vizuri kwa Mheshimiwa Rais tarehe 22 mwezi wa 4 2021, wakati akihutubia bunge aliagiza Wizara ya Elimu iweze kufanya mapitio katika mitaala, lakini vile vile kufanya mapitio katika sera, lakini vile vile tuende kufanya mapitio katika sheria yetu ya elimu ya mwaka 1978. Na naomba nikuhakikishie kwamba kazi hiyo tayari wizara imeshafanya. Kuanzia mwakani Mungu akipenda tutaanza utekelezaji wa mtaala. Kwa masuala haya ya tehama, masuala ya ICT, masuala ya artificial intelligence tunaanza kuyaona sasa kuanzia elimu ya awali, elimu ya msingi, sekondari ya chini, sekondari ya juu kwa maana form 5 form 6, vyuo vyetu vya kati, vyuo vikuu mpaka katika sekondari ambazo tunazungumza sasa. Kwa sisi kama serikali katika utungaji wa sera, lakini vile vile implementation ya utekelezaji wa hiyo sera tunataka kusimamia hapo kabisa. Kwa hiyo hilo ni eneo kubwa ambalo kama serikali tumeweza kufanya. Eneo la pili ambalo nimezungumzia hapa ni katika swala la uwekezaji. Kama serikali baada tu ya kutunga sera pamoja na mtaala na nini na kuweka mazingira wezeshi bado haitoshi. Tuna wajibu wa kufanya uwekezaji wa kutosha. Kwa naomba niwahakikishie Watanzania na nyinyi kiwemo kwamba serikali hii ya awamu ya 6 ya Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan tunafanya uwekezaji mkubwa kwanza kwenye ujenzi wa miundombinu mbalimbali. Hizi center of excellence tunazungumza hapa leo, hapa tunazungumza center of excellence kwenye masuala ya tehama, lakini tuna vyuo vyetu vya umahiri mbalimbali na center of excellence katika field tofauti katika maeneo mapana sana. Kwa hiyo tumefanya uwekezaji mkubwa kwanza kwenye miundombinu, lakini tumefanya uwekezaji mkubwa kwenye kusomesha wataalamu mbalimbali, lakini tunafanya sasa uwekezaji mkubwa katika kuhakikisha kwamba tunaandaa bajeti ambayo itawezesha haya yote kufanyika. Katika mwaka huu wa fedha peke yake 23-24 serikali ya Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan imeweza kutenga zaidi ya bilioni 9 kwa ajili ya kuwezesha ubunifu mbalimbali pamoja na teknolojia mbalimbali zilizoibuliwa ili ziende kuwa bidhaa ambayo itakwenda kusaidia katika kutatua changamoto mbalimbali zinazokabili jamii yetu. Kwa pamoja na wadau ambao watajitokeza kuwekeza kwenye eneo hili, ambao taasisi yetu ya COSTECH ndio ambayo inaratibu tafiti hizi pamoja na taasisi zetu za elimu ya juu hizo ambazo zinaratibu ubunifu na tafiti mbalimbali ili ziende zikawe biashara ili kuweza katika matatizo ya jamii yetu. Wito mkubwa ni ushirikiano, kwa sababu jambo hili hatuwezi kulifanya bila kuwa na timu, bila kuwa pamoja. Kwa hiyo wito wa serikali kwa taasisi zetu za elimu ya juu, hasa hii ya Nelson Mandela ambayo ni kituo hiki cha ICT, ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunashirikiana kwa pamoja, sio tu ndani ya nchi bali katika ukanda mzima wa Afrika Mashariki, lakini pia Afrika nzima na hatimaye dunia tuweze kuona tukishirikiana, tunaamini tutakwenda mbali zaidi. Kama mnavyofahamu, teknolojia hii bado sisi kwa upande wa nchi au ukanda huu wa Afrika bado tuko nyuma. Nilizungumza kidogo kwenye hotuba yangu, lakini hatupaswi kubaki nyuma. Tukishirikiana na hao ambao wako mbele, tunaamini tunaweza tukaadapt hizo teknolojia na sisi tukawa kama nchi nyingine ambazo zinaendelea kidijitali zaidi.
Nashukuru bwana.
Mimi nimenini bwana, nimeelisha
Sisi tukachukua peni ya watu.
Profesa Mshandete.
jamani, sisi tunashukuru. Sasa siwezi kujua kwenda nirudi hapa. Kwa hiyo siagi moja kwa moja. Naomba nitafutie labda apartment hivi sio tafikia hotelini. Tengenezeni basi. Viongozi tu sasa badala kwa hangaika huko. Prof anajua. Sasa Niende kwa kwenye ziara
inakuwa ni opportunity kama nchi wafundisha wataalamu na kama wanaweza kushirikiana kama na wakaunda senta nyingi kwa sababu wanakuwa na wafundisha wataalamu
sasa usiku jioni anapiga simu fulani break kidogo kwa ajili ya
East Africa
leo tutafanya hiyo moja kesho kwa inabidi bado tusije blog iko tayari hii pia hapa ni biashara
Hapa sisi mtaendelea. Sasa kwa siku namba 5.
Kabisa. Kweli tunashukuru.
as a company, if you run SAP, can really use an AI-powered chatbot in order to get information out of your company. So what we are doing as a company, we have a purpose. This is true since 18 years, since I work at SAP, so our claim, our vision is basically to help the world run better and improve people's lives. And how is that being done? I mean, besides a lot of other elements and topics and areas we go into, one is education. So I think it's really important that we as a company play our part together with educators like yourself and your students in order to provide skills and technology offerings to the next generation. So therefore, there's a program at SAP under the CEO. So our CEO has directly our department in his responsibility. It's called SAP University Alliances, exists since more than 25 years. We have at the moment more than 3,000 institutions worldwide we are collaborating with in more than 100 countries. So this is like the way how we collaborate, how we interact, how we build relationships with educational institutions in order to help them and provide them with additional offerings so that they can enrich their curriculum and their classes by our technology. So numbers I just said, so 3,000, roughly 3,000 in more than 100 countries. Here you can see how they are distributed. I mean, we are a European company. We were born and still headquartered in Germany. So obviously you can see a lot of educational institutions in Europe, and I'm dealing actually with quite a big part of it, being in the home market of SAP in Germany. But you can also see that in Africa, in Middle East and Africa, we also have a significant number of academic and education institutions we are collaborating with, and we would be more than happy to have more to join our program, to use what we have available. I just got one email from one person in the room who said, okay, the university would be interested in becoming a member in our global network. So if there are more, feel free to reach out to me. We have two levels basically, because we think like higher educational institutions obviously very important. I mean, you all work in that, and the collaboration here with the Nelson Mandela Institute is like a very excellent example for that. But we also think that interest in MINT or STEM, depending on which phrase you would like to use or abbreviation, starts earlier. So I think to make younger kids interested in those topics is really important. Therefore, we have a program called Young Thinkers, where we interact and collaborate with NGOs, with governments, with schools, with school organizations, in order to bring those topics into the market. We have an object-based programming language. I don't know if you know Scratch. It's from well-known products. So there's a similar one. It's called Snap by SAP. So where young kids can learn actually how to code. Actually, my 9-year-old daughter did that like last year, and it was pretty impressive to see what she did with it and what came out of it. So this is like in terms of where we are active. So you see it's a global program. We have global offerings. We address different target audience as said, so students and graduates directly. Obviously, we really appreciate working with you as educators, but we also would like to get into contact directly with students, because students might have a different view on certain topics. Maybe they want to learn in a different pace than what you offer at the university. So we have direct offerings for students directly. Obviously, also we really would like to further collaborate with you as faculty and educators. Teachers and schools is the third area, but also we have, because of those more than 400,000 customers, we have a lot of interest also from our customers who say we would like to interact, we would like to engage with young people. So we have programs, we run projects with industry partners who put real-life challenges in front of students. So if you're interested in that, if you say this is also something which could work for your institution, feel free to reach out to me. I would probably connect you to my dear colleague in South Africa who does my job in the African context. Other than that, also I can be the door opener for that. The normal way how basically our solutions are brought to educational institution is by our so-called University and Academic Competence Center. I don't know who of you know about that setup. Those are like institutions attached to huge universities worldwide who host basically the SAP solutions and make them available for academic and educational use. The biggest one in the EMEA region, where obviously Africa falls into are in Magdeburg, at the University of Magdeburg, and also at the Technical University in Munich. So those are the two university competence centers, and then there are so-called academic competence center. They do a lot of language adoptions, also like certain curricula don't work in each part of the world, so they adopt them, and one here in the region is sitting at the University of Cape Town. And we have others, as you can see here. The downside, and I've heard that a lot from my dear colleague here in Africa, but also I experienced that in Germany. I mean, there's a certain price tag. SAP offers that for free, but nevertheless, those university institutions have a service, and obviously they also need to run that somehow. So there's very often there's the feedback, okay, we can't afford it because we don't have the budget available. And for that, I'm really glad that we have changed our offerings in the last years. When I started my job 6 years ago in the department, that didn't exist, but like 2 years ago we moved in a different direction. So we have now a free of charge learning offering for everyone. I mean, there's a dedicated area for students. If you go to SAP Learning or you use the QR code here, you have access to that website. It's available for everyone. I mean, you as an educator, partner, customer, students, everyone can use it. It's an ever-growing offering. I mean, actually, when we arrived here in Arusha, I think the number was 158. Now 2 days later, it's 162. And then probably when we leave, it's 170 or something like that. I don't know. So we have an ongoing, growing offering of free of charge learning offerings on different levels for different technologies. So from obviously S/4HANA, which is our ERP solution, all the way to all the other solutions you maybe have heard about what SAP offers. So I think it's a great way for students, but also for you as educators to get familiar with those topics, to take a look at it. And 42 of them, I checked that number last night, lead to a certification. So really this is something, I mean, if you do that, if you invest the time, if you get certified, then you really have something in your hand for you probably as professors. You probably don't want to move in that direction, but for your students, this is really something which has a high value on the job market. So if you apply at a company, if you apply at a consulting company, and so on, this really is the door opener for a career in that area. And yeah, 42 of them lead to that certification. The others lead to a record of achievement. And this is really a great way to build up skills besides like what they do and learn at university. Just 2 examples. I mean, as we were attending that AI conference, so there's a brand new AI-related learning journey available at the moment, which just started a few days ago. This is one. There's another one. I don't want to go into details, but for you as an educator, that this actually to attend or to get one of these certificates is not completely free of charge, because we say we can't offer something which has a monetary value to government officials, so that's like a legal thing. But for students, we said, okay, we don't want to hinder students to take that certification because they cannot afford that certification fee. So we said, okay, we want to make that completely free, the whole way from the learning material itself all the way to the certification. So feel free to encourage your students to go to that website you see on the right-hand side. There, they just have to type in their university email address, say from which university they are from, and then they get a voucher and they get the complete thing for free and can learn and can be educated in parallel to what they learn in your classes. What else do we have? I mean, as I said, we have more than 100,000 employees, so many of them, I mean, SAP has an academic quote of, I don't know, 98% or something, so almost everyone studied somewhere in previous times, so there's a lot of interest and dedication also to give back to the educational community, to use the knowledge, the experience many have built over the years back to students. So I can only encourage you, I mean, if you say, I would really like to enrich my classes with an expert slot, with a presentation of someone who does project, who runs development projects and so on, approach us, ask for that. I mean, it's probably not like before COVID that people fly around and come to you in person. It would then more likely be an online session, but I've done it several times in Germany. Put colleagues from, I don't know, Hong Kong, from the United States in front of students And it's a really interesting learning curve for the students, not only because of the topic, but also to hear someone from a different cultural background, how they succeeded in their career and so on. So I can only encourage you, take that opportunity. The people are there, more than happy to do that. We just need more requests coming in from universities. Another one is our ZAP.io program. I talked actually just before we came here with some people here, so I think it's a great offering. It's our startup program at SAP. So we, as many companies, we work with startups, with entrepreneurs. We say, okay, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise on outside we can leverage. We have a certain, let's say, level of maturity you need to have as a startup in order to enroll in that program or to apply for that program. But I can only encourage you, take a look at zap.io. If there is a foundry, we call it, which are rolled out on a regular, ongoing basis across the globe, where topics could be of interest to startups you maybe have in your own network or at your university. There are dedicated locations where those foundries take place, but don't be scared. I mean, if it says Munich, Berlin, Tokyo, Singapore, whatever, that's only the place where basically that program is being held. But we have startups from all across the globe applying and using that opportunity. I was told actually there were not that many from Africa in the past, so I can only say, I mean, I'm pretty sure you have a lot of great ideas, and I've learned it in the last couple of days, and I think some of them would be really a great fit for that program. Yeah, I just want to encourage you. And the last one, it's OpenSAP. So if you say going all the way through a certification, it's maybe a little bit too much effort for my students. I don't want to do that. Or if you say you personally would like to get a better understanding of a certain new topic, technology, which is out there, go to OpenSAP. It's a MOOC platform, so massive open online course. There are hundreds or thousands of different courses available, some of them live, some of them who happened in the past. Take a look, enroll, go through it. You get like a badge at the end. I mean, for you probably not as important, but for your students it might be. And only two examples. I mean, this is actually one, because AI is all over the place about generative AI at SAP. It started actually 2 days ago, but I think you can still enroll in that. So it's a live course happening at the moment. So if you or your students say, this sounds great, I would like to get a better understanding how a big technology company like SAP is dealing with that topic, take a look and enroll. Another one, which I think is also really important, what I've learned also in the last days about AI ethics. I mean, it's one technology, it's great, but I think you as educators, but also we as corporations, we have an obligation, I mean, to tell the next generation it's not only about learning how technology can work, but also which implications does it have on society, on all of us. So I think it's really important, and SAP is one of the companies who takes that very seriously, and therefore I can also encourage you to promote that AI ethics course, which starts actually in December. Okay, I would like to close with just a few words. So for me, it's actually my first time in that part of Africa, so I'm really impressed. I'm really glad that I had a chance to be here during this week. We had actually a few weeks ago some of you already visiting Germany and Potsdam, which is outside of Berlin. It's one of our innovation centers we have, so that was my first touch point with some of you, and so now we continue that. And I would be more than happy, I mean, if there are ideas how we can collaborate, how we can maybe, drive that program further on. I mean, feel free to reach out to me. I will be here today and tomorrow, and with that, thank you very much for your time.
Maybe there are some questions.
Oh yeah.
Maybe there are some questions.
Yeah, sorry. Are there any questions? Or? Otherwise, feel free to come to me. I'm pretty easy to find, I guess, during the break.
Maybe
Jorge has a question.
no. Question, but maybe you mentioned that South Africa is the core institution in Africa coping with, let's say, the African context and providing service. Can you just mention how it works and how other universities could be part of it, could apply for it?
Yeah. I mean, as I said, I mean, we have two offerings basically. The one via the so-called University Competence Center and Academic Competence Center exists since many years. So that means those institutions at universities get SAP solutions provided, and they basically adjust them or make them available so that they can be easily used in a classroom setting. So this is like the traditional way. I mean, obviously it's also coming from a time when on-premise, so you needed hardware infrastructure in order to run a system. I mean, this is obviously changed. Now it's cloud, but we also use those UCCs and ACCs in order to make those products, which I think for a student, I mean, it's for me when I'm sitting in front of a new Microsoft application, I have no real use case for it, and I'm sitting in front of it and I have no idea how to use it. So obviously you need something to make it tangible and to really make it understandable for students. And they have obviously certain material provided for you as lecturers. They have a model company created so that you can really go with your students through that process. So this is one offering, as said, but complementary to that is what I just showed, this SAP Learning offering. And maybe I forgot to mention that, so a lot of your colleagues, at least in the part I'm responsible for of the world, they also use those SAP Learning offerings to bring them or to use them in the classroom. So they take modules out of that learning journey and integrate them into their classes. So if you teach, I don't know, HR processes, and you say, I would really like to show my students, okay, how is a technical solution looking, how do they look like in order to bring HR processes into a company. So there are options available that you can take certain modules out of that learning journey and can use it in your classroom. So I think that's a great offering, and feel free to explore it. And if you have further questions later on or in the next days, I mean, I think you know where to find them. Thank you.
Thanks, Andre. Oh, there's a question.
I think I had 15 minutes. I over.
Thank you very much. Mine is a suggestion, maybe it is not a question. Considering the relevance of your company, I would like to suggest that, if possible, you have a focal point in each country, or why not in each university, to create focal points. This is the suggestion. Maybe you can observe it in the future.
I mean, this is basically when you would become an associate member. So this is the basic level of engagement. I mean, we require like a key contact at your academic institution we can collaborate with. So this is exactly the process. So we would keep you informed about what are the new products, what offerings do you have. We run every year an academic community conference where we bring teachers and educators together, either virtually or in person. I mean, I have the honor to organize that every year in Germany. So next year it's in Vienna in September. So this is then basically, once you're part of that network, I mean, you really have a chance to engage and collaborate with us, but also with other colleagues on that topic. So yeah, that's the way how it works. Any further question? Good, thank you.
Sounds great.
We have another presenter who will be presenting online, but he will be ready to start by 1:45. So I just want to know if Professor Michael Ksangiri can speak for the next 10 minutes, and then we leave space for the online speaker. I need confirmation from Professor Ksangiri. Is he around? He's not. If he's not, then maybe Professor George Gomez. Can you speak in 10 minutes, and then we give space for the virtual participant?
I think I can, but most of the part already been mentioned, so I would suggest that he's here. We took over for a couple
Ah,
of minutes.
okay, fine.
But I didn't find him. He's here.
Is he
Yes.
here? Yeah, I'm here.
We want to be sure if your presentation will be no longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I can make it short.
Yeah, please. Because we want to connect, we only have like 14 minutes to welcome another speaker who is online. So we want you to speak, and before 1:45, we want you to leave the stage for your hearing. Yeah? Well, I can arrange you to come back if you need more time. And maybe if they have some questions, they can ask after the next speaker. Yeah?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I told my MCs that I have to be fast, so within 10 minutes I have to finish my presentation. Today I'm just going to present about the Center of Excellence for ICT in East Africa. Since today we are celebrating its 6th anniversary. This center was started in December 2017. But why the center was started? The center was started because of the study which was done in 2015-16 by East African community and the BMZ on the need of ICT on the key economic area within East Africa. And it was found that there is a lack of ICT skills, especially in the young people, in the area of health, ICT, in the telecom, area of health, telecom, manufacturing, security, and agriculture and agro-processing. So this lack of ICT skills, it was hindering the development, even the growth of this key economic sectors. So based on that, then there came an idea of starting a center of excellence for ICT, whereby this center will give the skills and the knowledge to the young people within the region. Yeah, yes, yeah. It's okay? Yeah. No, why? There's a difference. That's not your presentation. Oh, but here I'm saying different things.
So now we have 4 minutes.
Thank you. So, yeah, so this is the reasons why it's because of the lack of IT skills within the young working force within East Africa. Then came an idea of starting a center of excellence. This idea was, it was between the East African community and the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, is called BMZ from Germany. So the call was advertised and University of Heidelberg team up with the NM-AIST, and together they won a call of starting the center. Starting the center at NM-AIST. What's happened? Sorry, just coming out and go. So the center was started in December 2017. Then later on, the center grew, whereby the partner institution number increased. Now in East Africa, we have 7 partner institutions from each country within the East African region. Because since it is a center of excellence for East Africa, then there must be some kind of ownership within the East African region. So we have a partner from South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, I mean each country within the East African region. So what's the pillar of the center? The center has 3 main pillars. One of it is the establishment of the Master of Science degree program, which is a partnership. The partnership with the industry and the academia. So in academia, that's why we form this consortium of university about sharing knowledge and sharing experience. And the last one is training. The center also is obliged to training on the short training to the community and within the East African region. So starting with the Master of Science for mobile system, this program is kind of special because a student spends only 1 year within the Nelson Mandela, and after that year, then the next year, student will start to exercise by going through the group project, and then outreach, and then send it to the industry. So you can find it here that there's a very strong collaboration or engaging the student with the industry, not only with academic, but also with the industry. So the 2 semesters which a student is spending as an institution is to give him the skills, knowledge which he needs for the program. Then after that, we start with the group project where we take like 3-4 students in one team, and we give them a certain challenge or program within the community, and we ask them to find the solution. And within the group project, that's where we have a lot of innovations. I think the students are here, they can say themselves, but a lot of innovation within the AMOS program come from group project, and not from industrial attachment. So, after the group project, then the student is attached to the industry through outreach. The outreach here is that when the student is attached in the outreach, is going to find what challenge or problem is within that community or institution or industry which has been attached. Then after it takes about 1 month, then at the end of 1 month, student will come back to us and defend the title. And if we see that title or problem, it has get to the level of master degree, then we allow the student to go on and find the permanent solution to that challenge or problem. And after that, that will be his final project for his degree. So the AMOS program, it's a program which is a very strong collaboration with the industry. That we are collaborating in industry in different areas. One of it is by curriculum development, joint research, and student internship, as I mentioned before, and also in knowledge exchange initiative, whereby we bring industry as a guest lecturer to our institutions and the lecture students on the emerging technology, because we know that a lot of knowledge, high tech is happening in the industry. So these are the people who knows that what's happening in the real life and out there. So when they are giving this guest lecture, they are introducing to our students that out there what kind of knowledge or skills is needed in the industry. It is very interesting when we have industrial people at the school give the lecture. Okay. Yeah, so now here I just want to show that this project after running for 4 years in a fourth cohort, the project has given a scholarship to 112 students, and in the chart there you can see from each country how many scholarships were given, and how many for female and how many for male. In total, there were scholarships were given 41 female and 71 male. So the percentage for female is 37 and for male is 63. Yeah? Okay, so I have to pause my presentation because to allow. That's correct. Okay. That's correct. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll bring Professor Sangiri back, and he will finish up his presentation and take some few questions maybe. Now, the next presenter will be the Dean of Faculty, School of Computing Science, UOL. Yeah. Lead Academic Coordination Institution, Professor Andres Raff. And he's joining us online. I think the technical team is bringing him. That tells us we needed to start a minute earlier. Yes. Professor Andrews? Muted. You probably have muted your microphone. Can you hear the sound? Yeah. Is he ready? Yes. Professor Andrew and Andreas, the floor is yours.
Okay, let's try once again. Can you hear me? I hear nothing at the moment.
Sure, we can hear you. Go ahead. Please, can you wave on? Maybe he can.
Give him a thumbs up.
He can see me. Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Let's give him a thumbs up. Type.
Ja, hallo? Alles klar, dann rede ich einfach los. Also euer Ton ist weg, nämlich bei mir. Alles klar. Alles klar, mache ich. Okay, great. I seem to hear you, yes, sound again. Okay, then, It's my really great pleasure to be invited to your conference, especially for this very inspiring project linking together our German society with the East African society, bringing together digital skills for an innovative industrial application. And it's my great honor to give a short welcome address in the name of the Karl von Ossietzky Universität here in Oldenburg, where I'm currently serving as the Dean of the School of Informatics or Computer Science, Business Administration, Economics and Law. And just having a look at the role, the research role and the research profile of our university, I think this project is an extremely nice fit. Just mentioning, for example, the 3 research profiles that we have formulated at our university, which comprise environmental and sustainability, humans and technology, and also science, society and education. And from that perspective, your project that aims at a sustainable digital advancement in the East African region is definitely a great advance, allowing us to establish and also further deepen the collaboration between the University of Oldenburg and the Nelson Mandela Institute. And let me just mention one of those aspects that you're dealing with in your project. One of those aspects is establishing a master program that allows us to bring scientific methods from the world of computing science, from digitalized technologies into this, on the one hand, research, but also on the other hand, fusing research with practical applications in industry, which definitely means also that the project is going beyond just master courses, but is establishing and aiming at a lifelong learning strategy that allows us to deepen our collaboration in an international framework. Yes, and the other thing that I would like to mention and extremely highlight also at that point is that research on the one hand doesn't work without any combination with industry, and the industry and research, they benefit mutually from each other in such a way that this research brings up new methodological approaches which help to bring and solve also environmental problems, which help to tackle one of the biggest challenges for the future. And on the other hand, the industrial applications, they help to raise new research questions, and in such a way that both the practical applications, the industry on the one hand, and the academia on the other hand, they always have to be thought together in the simultaneous way. And from that perspective, I'm really happy that you have briefly invited me to give this short welcome address, although it hasn't been at the beginning of your meeting today, but I'm really happy that I could join you briefly for this online this intervention, and hopefully you will have a very fruitful meeting still today and also tomorrow during the next day of your collaboration and scientific exchange.
Can I ask Ben Ruhina or Devota Nyambo to unmute your microphone so that he can take a few questions if you have? Oh, really? Okay, so if you have any question, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. All right. I'm asking if you can take some few questions.
Yes, definitely. All if there are questions, I'll try to answer them.
Right. Can I see the hands? If you have a question, then I can give you the microphone. Okay, so it seems there is no question. Thank you very much. If you have anything else to say.
No, the only thing I have to say is it has been a really great pleasure that you invited me for this short speech, and yes, I wish you a continuation of your fruitful discussion, and yes, I'm looking forward to also continuing the collaboration between your institution and the Karl von Ossietzky University.
Thank you very much. Members, now I bring back Professor Michael Sangiri to finish up his presentation. And if there will be some questions, he'll be ready to take. Karibu-san. Yes. Technical team, please, we need to see the presentation. Few slides to miss, especially the statistics. There were some statistics displayed. I think unayoona ni presentation yako, Professor? Wewe unaona?
Unajua kila mtu na kompyuta yake. Is that one? But I can see nothing from here.
Presentation style. Okay, you can take us like few slides back, yeah?
Okay, I think let us go back to how the program is structured. The program is structured with a very strong collaboration with the community or industry, or with the real world, we can say in another language, whereby students spend just 2 semesters giving skills and knowledge very packed, and then after that it starts to be engaged in the group project. So start now to bring the student into the environment or into the flavor of into the flavor of a problem solving. Then in a group project, students spend like almost 2 months. Then after that, going for outreach. So in the group project, we are giving them some challenge or problem, and we ask them to solve it when there are 2 or 3. And as I said before, that most of innovations in the center are coming from the group project. When these students are team up together, are working together for the solution. Then when they're done, then they go to the industry outreach, and attach in the industrial attachment. After that, they write their final project, and then getting their degree. Yeah. So the program has a very strong collaboration with the industry. That is the area of collaboration, and up to now, we have a scholarship which we are provided 112. And also the program has attracted 24 private funded students. So, but these students, most of them are Tanzanians. But the scholarship is 112. The distribution of the scholarship is as shown there for female and male. You can see that the country which has a lot of female was Rwanda compared with the male. Rwanda is just a record of 12 female and 6 male. And the country with the lowest number of female was South Sudan. followed by Uganda. The issue here is that the center received very few applications from this country, even after doing a lot of effort. That's why you can see that there's only one from South Sudan. So even when the program was approaching to the end, you see that there's a application, female application from South Sudan. So that's the problem. It's something which it is above our center, but the country which has a good number of female, we are Tanzanian, even Tanzanian, Rwanda, and Kenya at least. But South Sudan is the least number of female application. Achievement. Center have achieved a lot within the 6 years. First, number one, we have established, first we've hosted 4 cohorts, now it's 5th cohort, and we have admitted 107 students, of which 112 were given a scholarship. And also center have established active industrial cooperation with some of the very big institutions in East African region. One of it is the Kira Motors of Uganda, Siemens and IBM. These are international, but they have office in Nairobi, and also with Coca-Cola Kwanza, and also we have a collaboration with Habar Nodi, and also with the Red Vegetable Center. These are the few ones, but we have like almost 8 to 10 MOU with from big to the small industry within the region. Of course, in our region, industrial is a bit shy to link with the academia. But we did a lot of effort, and here we thank a lot to our colleagues from GSZ for supporting us with that, for convincing the industry to collaborate with the center. Yeah, so this is a very big problem in our region where industry, they work on themselves, and academic on themselves. So at the end, if we continue with that pace, then there will be a mismatch. Then academic produce a product which cannot be accepted by the industry, because industry, what they need is quite different from what they've been taught. But at the center, we try to minimize this by bringing the industry close to academia. Also, we have successfully conducted 3 summer schools, and the 4th one will be starting next week from Monday. And also, we had 5 short-term training for students and staff, and we have at least 8 guest lectures, I think almost 10 guest lectures. These guest lectures, they are those skilled people from the industry who are giving lectures to the coming and giving lecture to academic. And we have some of our graduates have been employed. I think a lot of them have been employed, and some of them with a big company like Kira Motors, and even maybe some of them they'll be working Germans. Okay, so we have our graduates in different companies have been employed and worked. This means that the skills and the knowledge which is received from the center is of the international standard. And also we have we've established an outreach to plan support to the alumni network and the student club. So these are the several achievements. There's a lot of them. This is just named a few. So after this achievement, I just want to show you some of the few projects which our students have done. So from there you can see what kind of idea our students are having, because we have taught them to solve the challenge facing the community, facing the industry within the region. Because one of the key objectives of the center is to close the gap of the ICT gap. So for the challenge and the problem facing the community. This is one of the project which was done by the student. I can call it a virtual fence. You can call it anyway, because here you call it, this is area detection of human-wildlife conflict, but you can call it a virtual fence. You know, the student came from the place whereby the village is very close to the national park. So there's a crossing of this animal. Animals come from national park to the village, do a lot of distractions and so on. So there's a conflict here between animals and human being. Then the government decided to put a wire fence. And you know the animals, they don't afraid about fence, they don't know about it. So they're always forcing through. Some of them get hurt. So this animal human right, you know, made a lot of noise that the animal got hurt, why, whatever, remove the fence and so on. So the student said, okay, most of these animals are prey, lions, okay? So lions are eating those animals, they are food to lion, okay? So what he decided is to come out with a system and sensors. So when this system, it senses those animals approaching the village, then the system, it generates a roar, a lion voice, roar lion. Then this animal thought that the lion is coming, so they're running away. Okay? So by having this system, it means that it's like a virtual fence. So these animals cannot move into the village, and so the village were happy, and also the animals were not hurt. So the animal right people also, they are not making noise also, no more, because the animal were not hurt. Okay? So you can see solution like this one cannot come from anywhere, only come from a person who is experiencing this problem since his or her childhood. So when it came to a center and came out with it is a very simple but a working solution. Another one, I can call it, it's called the real-time fire meter and self-protection for border. Who knows border here? But I know border. Border is an African tax. It is a tax like Uber. Border solves a lot of problems when it comes to transportation. I don't know if you are living in Tanzania or East Africa and you don't use border, people will question about you. Even sometimes when in a traffic jam, you want to reach somewhere, you know, so you just get out of the car, taking border, and to get you there. Yeah, so there's a lot of problems when it comes to border, that is a theft. And through that, some of the border drivers lost their life, okay? And also, the border, these are the most who are running driving border, they just, I mean, there's no meter. If you want to take a border tax, you say, I want to go somewhere, border just guess, okay, you go there, okay, maybe it's 2,000 shillings. Okay, but it does know that the place which is going is a rough road. So border will use a lot of fuel. Or is a tarmac road, it will use less fuel. Okay? So border is a bit lost. Okay? So these are students, by seeing this problem, they come out with a solution. First of all, putting in security. Border is being without having biometric, by using biometric, secure by border by using biometric, you must put your finger so as to turn on the motorbike, or using your face. And then, coming to in order to have a fair metering, so they use artificial intelligence, which detects the state of the road. If it is a tarmac, it means that the fare is low. If it is a rough road, fare is high, because you know in a rough road you use more fuel, right? The tarmac road. Tarmac is smooth, but in the rough road, you know, up and down, whatever. You see? So by using this, I mean, a system like this one, border I will be happy because they will have the fare. We will receive the fair share, and also the owner of the border also will be happy because his border will be, or her border will be secured. The center also, apart from those also it provide short-term training. It provides training in different areas. This is called it is a tailor-made. I mean, any institution can come to the center if, for example, you need a skill upgrade in a certain area. Just approach the center and have a discussion in the center. Which area do you want a training? Then the center will create whatever material for you and provide training for you, whether it is online or whether it is physical. Okay, so in the different area of ICT is the data analytics and the machine learning. We have big data analytics, Python, Android, IoT, embedded programming, and the digital electronics, cyber security. And the cyber security. Also, there's other, because these are just shared a few. If you have anything, just approach the center management. We'll have a talk. We'll discuss which area do you want for us to provide you skills and knowledge. Then after that one, we'll agree on the terms. Then we'll provide the skills or knowledge which you requested. Okay, so apart from this, achievement in all things, running a center also there's some challenge. 6 years which we've been in the business, we have some challenge. One of them, incubation and the commercialization of student innovations. I said it before that we have a lot of innovations of students, but most of these they're in a prototype stage, need to be incubated and then commercialized. We need to have something. You know, my dream is that one day when I go to the supermarket, I see the product from Cenit Innovation. Yeah, I think that one will say that. Yes. Because that one will set the sense, even the student, they will feel that the work which they have done, it has produced something. Okay? Students need to have a startup. Some of that innovation, some of them are very good. Okay? Some students have been asking me many times that, okay, I put my idea here. I think that this one will just give me, will change my life. Okay? So, but what next after that? So that's a very big challenge which we have. We have a lot of good idea. That idea needed to be scaled up. And then the second phase of support, from GSZ, it came to the end. So we need now to find a support for the scholarship, and then it's going to find for support of, there's a lot of talented young people within the region, a lot of them. But these young talented people, most of them, they don't have funds so as to join the center and to get the skill needed. And we, as a country region, we need them, we need their skills, we need their workforce in order to drive our economy. So how can we get there where they are and bring them to the center so as given the skill so they can contribute in the economy of the region. So we need a lot, to work a lot on the skill fund. And then the other challenge is that most of the private sectors, private fund students are from Tanzania. Okay, so this shows that there's something wrong here. Why we have 34 students and all of them are from Tanzania except one from Nigeria. What about Kenya, Uganda, whatever? Why they don't bring their students there as a private? Okay, so we need also to work on it. Another issue is about marketing of the center within the EAC region is not enough. We need to put more effort so center to be known within the region. And the last but not least is a strong linkage with the industry within the East African community and beyond. The linkage which we have, yes, is good. We have some of the company or industry which we are cooperating with, but we need more with them, and we need to increase the linkage so as industry could bring their students into the center. And I think that this is the area which policymakers have to do something in order to put, maybe change some policy and whatever in order to encourage industry to collaborate with academia. So those are the short remarks from me. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sana. Maybe if you have any question, Mr. Sandy would like to take some few questions. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for this presentation. And I would like to ask about this problem where there are innovations, but these innovations are not found where they should be applied. And my question to you is, where are we connecting the innovation to the use so that the two are going together, and not that you have innovation first and then you are looking for a market. And I'm very surprised that the first innovation you showed, which you even say the student is coming from an area which is like these disturbances, that it did not find somebody interested, even as a prototype, so that it can be developed further, because it could be very interesting if you compare fences and having the E way of fencing. So I think this is, I feel like it's an internal problem. How do we embed commercialization or outreach within our running of the innovations in the process of innovating? I think there's a problem there. And I also would like to link also the question of scholarships and the industries. First of all, I'm surprised that in Tanzania you could get some linkages, I mean students who were funded from private, and they're not in the other countries. And my question is, what modalities were used in Tanzania which cannot be used in Kenya? Or has there been a way you could also develop a modality to encourage private sector to sponsor students who are coming to thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Professor Njau, a lot for the two good questions. Yeah, the question number one, when it comes to innovations, yes, we have a lot of, I can say dozens of them. Yeah, you know, because the center is under the School of Cox, is at Nelson Mandela. So, incubating those innovations and even to the commercialization, it has to follow NM-AIST. Protocol, I don't know, procedure or whatsoever. So we have been linked and working with the Department of Research and Innovations, and I've put a lot of my effort, especially we started with the first innovation which is called Ugali Cooker. It was 2 years ago, but and unfortunately, recently we saw that innovation has already, produced into the commercial product in Kenya. Someone in Kenya already have it as a Ugali recently. You see, but that is an innovation which at the center, that idea, it was 2 or 3 years ago. And also it went to Nanenane. It received a lot of positive feedback. People wanted it now. Okay, so it goes to the animal. I mean, we did a lot of effort, but unfortunately, maybe we are a bit lag behind it. I don't know what happened. Yeah. So, but the good thing is that Professor Agipanyula, Vice Chancellor, met with us like 2 weeks ago, and he promised that he'll work on it and make sure that all the good innovation from the Cenit will be incubated. And then help for commercialization, okay? But before it was, I can say, a bit something which is very unfortunate. Yeah. But coming to a question number 2 about why we have only Tanzanian private students and not from Kenya, Uganda, or other East African country. I think that is a bit difficult question for me because maybe other students who are private funded or want to pay for themselves, maybe they have a lot of questions ask themselves, if I go there Tanzania, what will happen? How about living cost and so on. So that's why I put one of the challenges that the center did not make enough effort to market itself within the region. That I took, because we have seen it, and I took it as one of the challenge which we need to work on it. And by using the consortium of universities, and that it is in MOU, one of the agenda is to market the center within the region. Thank you.
Asante sana. Another question here? Thank you very much. I have once again a suggestion. If on one side there are innovators, on the other side there are industries, and they meet through industrial attachment, they meet in other meetings, probably I can guess that something is missing, and that's why I can suggest something probably which can function. My suggestion is to set up a kind of win-win situation between industries and innovators, our students. A kind of document whereby industries can be interested to hire our innovators because they find a kind of win-win situation. Otherwise, it seems that our students, okay, they are innovators, but the industries, they don't discover how they can gain if they hire our students so that the students are engaged in the commercialization of what they produce. This is my suggestion. Maybe it can be a situation, be established, and then commercialization come later.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the advice. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Yuri. What about the intellectual properties of the products developed at the university? Is there a kind of, do you have a framework for it? For instance, if students wants to go with their own startup, what is the university claiming for?
Yes, we have the IP policy at NM-AIST, and all, I mean, it says that all the innovation which are developed at Nelson Mandela, it should follow those policies, IP policy. Yeah, of course, there's a complaint from the students that in the policy, it is like university is taking more than students. There's a sharing, because even if that innovation will be commercialized, then the university also have its share. But recently, Vice Chancellor have asked the research innovation to review the policy so as to make it attractive for the students. Yeah.
There is a policy, but the policy is not attractive enough.
It's not in practice?
It's not
attractive to the students.
Sorry for Prof. There is an office responsible for that, and it could be our internal issues to discuss it in Nelson Mandela. I will answer you more thereafter. Sorry for this.
Asante sana. Do we still have questions? No. Oh, yes.
Is the hand there?
One.
Thank you very much. What about the industrial partners funding the scholarship for the students? Is that not a feasible solution to address the challenge of scholarship for students coming from these other countries?
Yeah, we are accepting the industrial partner and with open hand. That's why when we're talking that increase the linkage with industry, it means that welcoming them, so as if any individual which thinks that there's some which needed, to be addressed. Then there's a scholarship, okay? So we found the right person who can work on that challenge or problem. Yeah, so we have open hand for industrial partner to come to the center and also expressing which kind of people which they need to work on their challenges.
Asante.
Thank you, Professor Kisangiri, for your presentation. A quick question for me is, what's the long-term vision for the center? And in that regard, and how does it involve more of the academic consortium, other universities from other regions, bringing in their input and contribution to making the center sustainable?
Sorry, can you repeat the first sentence? What is the long-term what?
Vision for the center.
Vision. Yes. Yeah, so the long-term vision for the center, as you saw it today, is the signing of MOU. To make the center, each country within the East African region to feel the ownership of the center. So, if all of us, we can have the same understanding and feel that the center is East Africans, not Tanzanians or NM-AIST. So, it means that our neighbors will not be afraid in sending the student to the center, or the industry within the region will increase the collaboration with the center. Because for center to be sustainable, number one, we need a strong collaboration with industry within the region. And as a previous guy who questions that what about industrial partners who have want to provide scholarship, we need such kind of collaboration. If there's a trust for the industry, for sure there will be a scholarship.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. Just adding from what Lucian suggested, I wanted to borrow from the late Luge Mutahaba, who once said that for the innovation to be marketable, probably anzia sokoni, you start from what the market is demanding. Because you were talking about innovation vis-a-vis the industry, not much. Probably we have to do the so-called reverse innovation. We start from, okay, you might be doing, like you add more towards that direction. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. That is a good suggestion, but remember we are working for the community. Also, we are working for the poor people who cannot, does not have money, but we are there to solving their challenge or problem. If the government will be able to purchase our idea, so that will be good for them. Yeah, because Luge Mutahaba was a business person. He was just keen of getting to be rich and richer. But if you are academician, don't think first number one to be rich, but think about solving the challenge facing the community, the people who brought you where you are. That is our number one objective. Yeah, but thank you very much for the advice.
Asante sana. Thank you, Professor. You can sit down now. We are running short of time. The next speaker will be Professor George Hohe, and who will be talking about academic coordination of Cenit East Africa, D-Skills East Africa as well. So Hohe, the floor is yours.
Can you see it? Yeah. Okay, I start with the slide. I start actually with the last slide. Yeah. Once again, thanks for having us here today. And I don't want to name all the results of the project again. I could first of all thanks Devota for providing me the slides here. She is one of the persons which is very much engaged and helping hands everywhere. And yeah, thanks for that. I don't want once again to repeat all the results we obtained. Just maybe pointing future aspects. I think we mentioned them already, what we got, the amount of students, the amount of scholarships, the center characteristics, and so on over the last years, over the last 6 years. I mentioned before on the topic of building up centers, it must have a continuation. So the last question from the lady was exactly the right question at the right time, showing how an integration can work, how other universities can be integrated, how to make use of the center in the sense of really making it broader, and to strive towards the needs in the region. And this is actually what we from the beginning wanted to have, but of course it's difficult. And integration always requires integration paths, communication styles, communication issues to be, let's say, named the right way and the right form, to talk to the right people. And that's actually quite important to address and difficult and complex to obtain. However, I think something which is very important to give it a longer perspective, Cenit, we have to talk about how to adapt what we already implemented, how to improve, how to move forward in terms of addressing those innovations which have already been mentioned, to make use of existing study programs supported through industry, international industry. So I'm not just talking about regional industry, rather than the companies, even German companies located in the region, best example Volkswagen in Rwanda, and to make them aware about those things we are doing here. It's quite easy. I've spoken with Linda after the flight when she mentioned to me some businesses with innovation. So we are also learning from our side. It's not just like the Germans going over and telling the world how things work. It's not true. That doesn't work that way. We in Germany are learning quite a lot, especially when it comes to interchanging in the region. We are learning, and we take much input back to Germany, and we just expose it also there. And I'm pretty sure, Linda, that it's also your experience in Belgium. It's not just like they're there, you can build business, you can talk to people, you can create innovation by harmonizing ideas together. And this is actually what I found very important and very interesting. So I have quite a lot of slides prepared. I just want to demonstrate 2 slides. Once again, Devota, thank you very much for them, because this is trying to mention what is necessary for the future. Especially when it comes, let's assume we would have another year, then from my perspective, being, let's say, the overall responsible person for that project, I would like to see something going on in terms of internationalization. A modern university must cope with international aspects, whether it comes to exchange of researchers, of lecturers, of students, preparing and providing information how to apply for international projects, helping, for instance, Anna L. Sam, how to get information about calls which might fit to the Cenit program. Anna, we are discussing those things right during the next days. How to elaborate on a Erasmus proposal, or how to elaborate on a Horizon proposal. This is a work of more than 100 pages. You just can see how important it is how to create an importance and help via an international office. This is required, and this is something what I have in mind from the beginning, that if the project would continue, we would need international activities in the center, within NM-AIST. I also mentioned it several times that we need a kind of innovation management hub. And of course addressing entrepreneurship, addressing incubator functions. And this is what I would find much interesting compared to other activities which are still remaining. So entrepreneurship is something what we already addressed in the second part of the project, but now I think we can go further and we can address those things which might be even more important than before. And I repeat, we do have something also in Germany, but being international, we are learning from our partners as well what innovation means and how to address this very, very important topic of the future. We need to think about modern concepts to train the trainers, to teach the teachers. Okay? And this comes via different approaches. Even talking to industry, this might be helpful to get or to learn from industry what they are doing, and also on an academic level to just adapt to those things which are currently so important. But train the trainer, teach the teacher, and providing an didactical center who takes care that our teachers, that our researchers, that our professors enrolled in the project are doing the right way, making use of modern concepts, didactical concepts which are so important. At Oldenburg University we have our own center for didactical issues and activities, and they help us in doing things right, as far as teaching is concerned. But also to a big portion as far as research is concerned. So a didactical center is something what we would need to do in the following step of the project. Looking to Devota, we need something like the alumni network, also looking to Bettina. We need to follow our students, the spurs they're leaving. We need to know where they are, what they're doing, where they went through, and how a career service center could also help in providing those alumni-oriented activities, but also the career service activities. And looking to all my university partners which were enrolled, and for the future, looking for Burundi, South Sudan, or those who in the first phase were not, let's say, that much engaged or enrolled in the project, this would need to come, and also they should have the same opportunity for talking about alumni networks, and maybe also making use of it, but also career services. They would taking over, or would take over in that sense, and was responsible in the second phase for it. But this is something what we need to improve, what we need to strengthen, and what we need to really raise up to a certain degree that our Center of Excellence is internationally visible, not just regionally, internationally visible. This is something what I'm very much interested in, and this is really one of the reasons why I thought, let's do it. Karoli, when we discussed it in the beginning, is this really what we want to have? Why should I, German, invest my time in that activity here? And this was just not by convincing, this was just by seeing there's a huge opportunity for me. Via the DAT, via the GIZ, but especially via the DAT, getting those things running and helping all of us to get a benefit out of it. Giving us, Oldenburg University, an international face, but helping here in the region to move forward. What I've also found very interesting, I have discussed that with the Vice Chancellor, that a Center of Lifelong Learning. Some of you heard about it, what it is? Lifelong learning? Who knows it? It's clear, it's clear, it's clear, it's clear, it's clear. From the East African colleagues? Ben, can you tell us what it is, loud? From your perspective, from IUCN perspective?
Yeah, thank you. The lifelong learning is to build the skills not only from the level of completing the certification, but integrating in the continuous career and integrating new skills which are coming on. A real example from my IUCN perspective, the Vice Chancellors undergoes the leadership skills, but not only that, even the communication and social media engagement, whereby they take further sessions about how do they interact and how do they respond, but as far as the leadership and the management.
Cool. Thanks, Ben. That's exactly what, let's say, to most of the degree, what is meant with lifelong Center of Lifelong Learning. But there are some other activities which might make quite a lot of sense. The Center of Lifelong Learning being part of, let's say, of the university, even, and of course linked very close to the Center of Excellence, also to Cenit, is something what is to be understood to be independent, an independent unit creating money for the university, inviting, for instance, people who are retired. But they're still not just able, rather than very much interested in going through it, providing an own program, helping in creating a module, providing, for instance, also a service by teaching another teacher. So, and this creates a value, and this value at the end will result in money, in budget, additional budget collected through the university, and let's say making use of it will create a value to the overall approach. So a Center of Lifelong Learning for the future, as a future aspect, would be so much important. And of course also having the feeling that it creates a value for the overall approach. Okay, this is something what I would like to mention as well, and of course we need to know how to address scholarships. This is also meant by an international office. They should help us. They should be responsible. If people in Oregon come to me and how can I apply for a DAD scholarship? Of course they can go directly to the DAD, but international office has people just dealing day by day with DAD scholarships. They know exactly whom to address. They have a telephone number, they have an email address, they have the program, they have, let's say, kind of existing networks. And this is what you need. What we need in Cenit. Linked to Cenit at least, let's say it's a university model. My last 2 sentences before I gave over to Musa. I think Musa, you are the next one. Also, thank you very much, Musa, to you. You were from the beginning. You were next to me and very much engaged in the project. Thank you very, very much for that. But my last 2 sentences. Thanks to all. Thanks to all the helping hands which do not appear the right form. Of course, we might need to have a couple of days more to let all them speak, all the helping hands, also from Germany side, Julia Franke, maybe she really deserves an applause for it. She is one of the ladies you might not hear that much, but if she writes emails, some of you knows what it's meant. Jan just entered the project for the last in substituting Inza. She is now being mother or how do you say, educating a young child. She took it over, and unfortunately she had to leave the project. But with Jan, we have a very nice assistant who is now doing a great job. Thanks, Jan, for being here with us, and thanks to all other people involved in the project. Looking forward, hopefully, that we will have a kind of continuation. And I wish the management team of the Cenit, Kesangiri, and all your management team good luck and a good hand to keep that thing alive. Hopefully we'll do so, and you can be sure that from our side we will do our utmost to support that. Thank you.
Asante sana. So, if you have any questions?
Yeah, any questions? Karoli. Yeah.
Mine is not really a question, but if I look at the things that you mentioned, especially the first slide that you showed, there were issues of innovation and entrepreneurship. There were issues of alumni in the student career. And I just want to understand. At Nelson Mandela, we have the Office of Innovation. And we would like that the innovations that come from Cenit, they probably go faster, or there's a good understanding of when we link the one. Because I don't believe the direction that we take now are actually correct. They enable the innovations to really.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. So how do we approach this? We have the Office of Internationalization. Now, I was wondering whether it will not be helpful to use these existing offices. Maybe if something is very, very special, then to have a person within these offices who is dealing with the same issues to make sure that because we are not only looking from within, we are looking also from outside, and that is actually very, very nice. When you have innovation is not just a local thing; it's actually something that can also go beyond the borders. So I'm just wondering whether in these offices do we need a desk officer who is dealing with the Cenit program, or how do we? Because you can't start new offices for offices that already exist at Nelson Mandela. And then the big part of this is that now we are going into the new arrangements, and we will have collaborations with the various universities, which actually is quite excellent. How do we organize these important things so that they are not happening only at one level, they are also happening at the other universities, so that we can follow properly the alumni who go to these countries, etc., but linked also to where? To the education. I thought this can be very important to just know how do we go about it. And this is not something that I see Cenit leaving it to somebody and expect the results that they expect. So it must be a way that Cenit and the offices that exist are talking.
Harmonizing.
Harmonizing, yes.
As I mentioned there in the second phase, so we
one of the core topics to be addressed was the entrepreneurship activity, so incubator function, and we placed this function via some thoughts and some training measures, and the people went over to Germany, I think to South Africa, right? So on the other side, so we started to train the people, right? It's not ended, Caroline. So this is something what we still need to cope with, and I just can tell you what we do in Germany at Oldenburg University and most of the universities which are in favor of following this issue. So first of all, we came to the conclusion that teaching and research are not the only measures to be addressed. So the third function to the university is transfer. Yes. It's transfer, okay? Which is of course to be understood as an innovation method, and just to make sure that values addressed by, for instance, just like a bachelor, master thesis, or even PhDs are supported. So what we do in Germany, talking about my university, we have the so-called GIZ, by the way it's also called GIZ, but stands for Gründungs- und Innovationszentrum, and means that is an incubator function within the university. So we do have a facility, we do have infrastructure, we do have rooms, we do have technique supporting that. So we have training measures as well in terms of, for instance, a student can apply for getting a scholarship from the German Ministry of Economic Affairs. He can apply for that. It starts with undergoing a review internally in the university. If it's positive, then they will help the student to apply for the scholarship. And this scholarship covers a full-time scholarship, the salary of a normal graduate being appointed in a company, but helping him to build his own business. Okay? And support means that incubator function, how to enter the market, how to interpret the market structure, how to measure the values coming through, the unique selling point, right? And they have to create a document which is clearly stated, and with that documents generated, they apply to the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and after an evaluation which takes around about 3 months, they will get an answer. I can tell you from my side, so from the 14 or 15 startups I supported, 14 were successfully granted. It's not just 100% secure. You have to apply for it. So the innovation degree must be there. The difference between other existing solutions and the unique selling point of view needs to be clear. And this help will be given by the center. And this is what I would like to see here as well. And including, once again, this is something what I'm really emphasizing, including the other universities, giving it the regional character to interchange, right? What we're doing here, maybe others can learn from. And this is how we can, let's say, move forward. Some other questions?
No more questions? Thanks.
There's one.
Thank you. Maybe Musa will also talk about this. I was wondering, because we are focusing on international engagement, international engagement in this kind of program. I was wondering if Cenit has a plan to accredit the AIST program internationally, to attain international accreditation. Whether this is in your plans or not?
This is a good question. Yeah, maybe Musa and Kesangiri. The program, let's say, also talking from Germany, it's not automatically recognized. So what is recognized? Are you listening to my answer or? Thank you. Once again, it's not automatically recognized. For instance, a degree obtained, this master degree on EMOS, to be recognized in Germany requires activities. It's not easy. So the student will submit that to a university or whatever, and the university or the company which he or she might be appointed needs to be reviewed. So we do have a unit in Germany. It's called HRK, Hochschulrektorenkonferenz, and it's KMK, Kultusministerkonferenz. Sorry. And they have a unit to check and to prove the degrees and the value out of it. And of course, the accreditation, the regional and national accreditation plays an important role, but it's not a guarantee, right? So for instance, a master's student who wants to make a PhD at my university, he needs to submit the application first of all to this unit. zur Kultusministerkonferenz. This is a unit on a national level. And it takes maybe maybe 6 months to get this information and to get the accreditation, right? And this requires time. So that means from an international perspective, the accreditation and the recognition of the program, at the moment, I'm not saying that in the future it might be easier, for the moment, you need to apply for it. You got it?
Asante sana. Just a small follow-up. Yes, I said this because we have an experience with that. We recently accredited one of our programs for the international accreditation through ACAS. I think ACAS is also owned in Germany.
Sure, absolutely. I remember.
So it was a long process. It took almost 2 years. And I was wondering if Cenit could also take this.
We didn't do so at the moment, but there's something. Thank you for this very, very nice hint to follow up on that. It would be something very important to do. And ACAS is, in fact, I'm a member of it. I'm an evaluating member of it, and yeah, this is something very important. Yeah, in fact, thanks for that.
Thank you very much. Makofi mengi kwa presenter. I have a few announcements to make. Number one, it's a good news. We paused for a while and we have to go for lunch before continuing with the other presentations. Number two, lunch is served at Meru restaurant. It is quite opposite to where we are sitting now, but you have to take your way as if you're going to the reception and then you take your left hand. Most of us knows the place, so you should be able to follow. Yeah. So we are all invited for lunch, and again, if you look at this schedule, the last event is written high-level partners dinner, and now after the discussion with the organizing committee, they are willing to extend this invitation to everyone. So it's no longer high-level partners dinner, but it is dinner will be served for all of us. So karibuni sana. And again, it will be served in the same place we are going for lunch. So yeah, and we will start from 6 p.m. Karibuni sana.
When we come back.
We are going for lunch and come back after 40 minutes. Let's say we should be here at 3:40. Yeah. You can leave your laptop behind, so the room will be safe.
East Africa inabidi tufanye engagement. Yes, Bettina. Let's go for lunch. you know, small students can proceed, especially with ITT, because there is not where all the
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm used to carrying my bag anyway. Do you need dinner? We have to talk? About GSZ?
How it can help us incubate the innovation. That is in the milestone which is going to be presented.
But do you know the Unyonga?
Yes, I know Americans. But no,
How
okay,
do you know
you know,
incubation
we
hub?
work in a very...
You have incubation hub.
Which one is for the institution?
Yes, but
when you want to incubate the products from the innovation.
Yes, that's why I think that's why you give it less amount because you have more students in that incubation hub.
You mentioned
the one which is
dapat. Baik, masih ucapnya, ini kan apa diferensial? Nah, saya kasih orang free. Apa sah? Niache wewe. Usikia? Wewe unataka switch. Switch. Sasa, usikia? No. Sawa, sawa.
Nabo jimango washano kuwa baru kuchome baru kuchome kaje na disem
yari yakamina uvyakunze
okay
nawe urabikeneye
ego nachometse
d'accord
Probably since ariko harabanza hari umunani ba expose minyo okay
kwakira umwanya
cyari umwanya
But Julie,
So why can't I get a flash and put it now? How does it? How does
Yeah. Ah, okay. How are you? So how are you? Okay. I thought you were the seat. Wow, wow. So I tried to. Wow, it's quite a bit. Oh, it's quite a bit. Oh, so good, I'm very happy. Yes, yes. Oh, non communism. Keep in touch. Yes, thank you very much.
prepare a folder, Elizabeth's Journeys.
Yes, just and when you are in somewhere, you just
Yeah.
So, it's true. Hoffen wir, dass ein besseres
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Please be seated. Please be seated. Asante. We are continuing with a series of presentations, and now the next presenter will be Dr. Musa Ali, who is the school dean at the School of Coxey. Dr. Musa will be speaking about the milestone from results, Area A, industrial engagement, infrastructural development, sustainability framework, and the way forward. Dr. Musa, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's not a good moment to speak after lunch. I'll try my best. Thank you so much. Yes, the PPT I have said Cenit, EA, sustainability framework, and one forward. I tried my best to compress the title of my presentation. So, welcome to the 6th anniversary. My name is Dr. Musa Ali, the Dean of the School of Computational Communication Science and Engineering in Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm very happy to be here today. I have very few slides. We talked a lot about achievements. We have a lot of achievement. As they say, you can appreciate life by looking backwards. If you look at the front, you can appreciate more by looking how you have achieved so far. We have achieved a lot, and this achievement is what's bringing us the number of questions we have. So what about the innovations? What about the industrial engagement? What about what and what and what? This is all because we have achieved so much and we want to achieve more. So I have a number of achievements. I have some few slides. I'll look to achievement in terms of at least 7 key aspects of what we have. One of the key issues we had in the Senate at EA is women or girls in ICT. And the target was at least 25%. We have achieved at least 37%. So we went beyond the required goals. Now we are talking about 50. Can't we go to 50? 50% boys, 50% girls. Because we have attained the 37%, now we can aim for higher. So this is the biggest achievement we have in terms of the gender. Taking perspective, this is science and technology. You can say in other aspects we have 80%, we have 90%, we have even 100%. But the gender participation in terms of science and technology, specifically in ICT, is quite limited. taking considerations, this is a master's. This is already inherited problems. We have already a few number of girls in ICT. So out of the few girls we have at least attained the 37% gap we have. So we are also talking about increased EMOS. Can we increase further the graduates? Can we increase the number of students across the East Africa? Can we make this center not only region, but more in terms of the African perspectives? But also, there are another very key achievement we have is collaborations. We had a number of collaborations, not only industry engagement, but also even the academic. When we were starting, I remember we had only, in the African perspective, we had only Nelson Mandela, University of Technology and Arts of Jumba, yes, and the University of Dar es Salaam. But now we have reached even Kinshasa. This is very new. It's even, I think, 1 year old or 2 years old East African member of state. So we have achieved a lot in terms of collaborations, taking into consideration the academic perspective, but also the industry who is supporting the students we have. We have a number of industries supporting our students from Tanzania. We had increase from Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda. We have very strong collaborator from Uganda, Kira Motors. Everyone is mentioning this. So we have a number of achievements. Industry engagement is growing a lot. Employment is growing, not only in terms of employment, but also people who are employing themselves from the center. It's also a key factor or a key achievement in these programs. So we mentioned Kira Motors is employing a lot of students. Now we have ILO is also getting the students in terms of internship. We have UNICEF. We have a lot of people, a lot of organizations who are employing our students. The EAC mobility, one of the strongest or the initial parts of the EAC mandate was to make sure we have mobility in terms of people, goods and services. So in terms of Cenit, we have at least 75% people out of Tanzania. And when we mention out of Tanzania, we not mean Kenya. We mean even South Sudan, the newest country in the globe. So we have a big achievement. And we are not mentioning one student from South Sudan. We have a number of them. Do we have anyone from South Sudan? Yes. So we have a number of achievement. Now we are aiming to go to DRC. Is a new member. We hope we'll reach there. In terms of innovation, this is a new challenge we are looking to. We have innovation center, incubation center, we have technology transfer, we have IP management offices. This all because we have a number of innovations from the Cenit programs. Now, what coming out of the innovations? It's quite a challenge because ideally this is a master graduate, needs at least employment to start feeding the family. You cannot say stay here for a year or 2 years, work on the prototype. So it's a new problem, and we are intensifying the incubation center, the technology transfer. As you say, we need more collaborators in this aspect so as we solve these problems. We have solved it before, and we are sure we'll solve these problems of making sure we have a number of startups from this program. Not only to save the East African region, but to save even the parts. So we have a quite number of achievements. What I mentioned is just few of which they are coming to my mind, but we have a number of achievements. So industry engagement, we have a lot of this one. So we are looking to about 45 East African companies. Now we are not looking to only East African, as Professor Eductaion says. We have a number of companies from Germany also. They are getting our students, they are sponsoring our students. We have even a prospect of employment to Germany. So this is achievement, but when to look at this achievement, I think we have the capacity to go further. As they say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, we go together. And from the starting, we had 3 members. Now we are 7 members, academic consortium. So now we have not only the will, but we have the capacity and the strength to do more than what we have done. MOU with 7 East African companies. Over 80 industrial innovation. This is closely collaborated, closely working between the industry or the company to the students. So this is innovations, is there. The challenge we have innovations. Can't we get support of these students to make sure these innovations solve not only this company, but other related companies the same solution. So to making the commercial use of the prototypes we are having. So one of the challenges was, do we have industrial engagement? Can we link these two parts in the region? In the far north this is not a problem. More of the industry, they are working very close with the universities. In our cases, it's not the same. The industry, they still worry you are giving us students. These students are not ready to start working, and so and so. University, they say we are bringing students. You are not in our curriculum. You are not in our internships. You are not in our audit, so we cannot quite suspect what do you need. So now we have at least bridge these gaps. It's not a problem now to say we have a student. Do you need a student? No. Most of the companies, they say is, can we get a student from EMOS? So it's one of the challenges we have solved. For masters graduates, for masters students, for undergraduates, you know, it's easy because they do the small tasks. You send, they go collect this, do this is okay. But for masters, if you are getting internship for masters, even the treatment is different. Sometimes, most of the companies, at least you have to pay a little bit. So this is a bonus. Now we are not in the problems of can you get our student to stay in for 3, 4, 6 months? No. Most of the industry, they come and ask, can we get students? So we can look as the challenge, we don't have innovations, but when you look back, this is, even they didn't want the students. Now they are looking, can we have a student? They're asking for students. So this is the achievement. Of course, this achievement also brings another questions of do we have innovations? How can we support innovations? How can we make commercial aspects? But we have achieved, as we say. Now we are more in terms of collaborations. I believe we have the strength to go further. We have even the support. Thank you for Albert and Kevin. They are bringing also scholarship to the MOS programs. So this is also achievement. Not only the initial achievement we have, but also from German companies, they are supporting our students. They are supporting the achievement we have, so as we have more achievements. We have a lot of summer schools. This I mentioned few because I was involved. We have a number of students going to Germany, either for semester or for summer school or for what. So this is the strength of the program. It's very easy to get the students come to MOS, stay for 2 semesters, and in between you will say, I want to go to Geneva. I have 3, 6 months internship. This is very common to the programs. I want to go to Italy. I want to go to Madrid. I want to go to Bonn. I want to go to where. This is very common to the programs. So this is achievement because the mobility in the region is a problem, not out of the region. Now we have solved in the region. We are looking to solving out of the region to get more students with the capacity to do more in terms of what we want to do. So infrastructure development, this is also an area we are looking. We have already achieved, we have state-of-the-art laboratory, but now we are making sure the fabrication, the electronics equipment are fabricated. Not you design the electronic equipment, then you send to China, then they go and print, then you can assemble here. Now we are looking to fabrication. But now we are looking to online laboratory to make sure what we have can go even out there. So these are the things we are looking to make sure the laboratory are intensified, but also, as we say, now we have more partners. Can't we come together and making sure the incubation centers for advertisement, the radio, the partner network, all of this will come together to make sure the MOS, all the issues we are serving in the region, for example, mobility issues, digital issues, digital skills, all this we need to make sure it's solved and it's safe on the purpose. We have key areas of which to look. We have started. This is not like we are looking because this is 6th anniversary, we are coming to an end, then this is an area we would like to, no, we have already started to look at this, but we want to make sure in this 1 year remaining, make sure we make our effort, or we combine our efforts to make sure we have cutting-edge research and innovation. The research, as I say, the lab is intensified, the research is coming, or the product or the prototype is making sure it's reached to the society, but also we are now looking to not only to students to go to a company, stay there for 6 months, can't a company comes first, identify, I want this solution, this is the problem. So while the student is there, doing the coursework, the first year, it's already started looking at the problem. For the 6 months, now is implementing the solutions. This is what we want to make sure we achieve. Contract research or projects. Because in terms of utilizations, we already have achieved, we're already solving the problems. Now we're making sure we can achieve more. As the Professor Gomez says, Center of Life Learning, this is also an area we want to make sure it's also achieved, because you can have undergraduate degree, master's degree, but while you are working, you have this area is making sure every day you have new technology. So our people adapt to the technology needs. This is an area which we are looking now. But also, as we say, the partners has increased. We hope the activities will increase. The increasing the activities, we need more funding. So in the partnership we have, we'll closely look to collaborative proposal writing so as to make sure not only the partners are in the collaborations, but they benefit in the collaborations, they have more activities in the collaboration, in order to make sure that we work together to achieve the goals we have, not only moving people across the region, but building skills, building companies, and so forth. So these are the sustainability areas we're looking for. This is an area we have already started to look. We have a grace period to continue to look to this. It's not very long, it's quite short. But as I said, we have achieved. So I'm sure if we put our effort, making sure we have now 7 universities working together, I'm sure if we put our effort, we'll continue to work together to make sure to solve the problems. Way forward, as I said, we have key issues to look for. Infrastructure development is the key issues. Innovation support and commercialization. We have solved the problem of a prototype. That is not an issue. Idea is not an issue. Concept of I want to make sure this goes to the society is not an issue. The issue now is the student already graduated. Do we have fund to support in terms of equipment? Because he already graduated, he doesn't have the scholarship. He already produced the thesis or project or what, it's already done. The master's is already accomplished. Now, how can we look to commercialization of this aspect? This is the key area of which I think if you look in this one year, we'll have tremendous achievement in terms of the East Africans. And I hope all members which are mentioned here can participate or will participate to solve these problems. As I said before, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. We were together by the beginning, 3 of us, we have achieved. And by being 7 of us now, even in University of Juba, Moi, Kabale, Kinshasa, there's a number of them. I don't know. I have a strong will, I know we'll achieve. So please, the key areas of which also, I think, because we're working with the technology and the technology changed a lot, we should be not only the player in terms of commercializations, but also the player in terms of informing the policymakers. This is what is happening. At Nelson Mandela, we have already started this. We have a number of research groups. Each group is chaired. We have a chair, we have members. These members, they are working together, not only at Nelson Mandela, but across the universities. So they are working together to make sure the research which is done by the students is cutting edge. The solutions which are provided is up to the standard. So the publication now is not only international, it's not a peer reviewed, we are not looking to that. We have raised the bar in terms of publications. So dissemination, not only publications. Now we have to look to policy brief, so as our politicians, because they are the key player in terms of what we have to achieve, in terms of mobility of people, goods, services, mobility of technology, mobility of solutions, whatever we want to look, we need to make sure the politicians or the political, we have the political advantages. And I believe we have the capacity, we have the means. The room is full, he's attentive. So I'm sure the message to work together has been achieved. Thank you so much. These are the contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musa, for the nice presentation. Maybe we can answer a few questions. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Michael Haule, the manager of internationalization at Nelson Mandela. Maybe mine is not a question. It might be kind of additional inputs on your way forward. I know people think about internationalization, but they don't put into into tangible something to implement. I know people think about it, but if you ask how do you do it, how can you monitor about it, people don't see it clearly. How do we do the international, for example, in this program? So I was thinking if you can add something which you can also follow, you can monitor, you can measure if you are succeeding. So if you say we might have enhanced internationalization management into the program and then put what you are going to do, maybe enhance services or infrastructures or funding, or somewhere you mentioned about mobility, but how do you do it? I think something must be written and someone has to be there for a day-to-day monitoring to see the services are improved, students are enjoying, they are meeting, they are connecting, you said about going to someone else, but who is planning, who is monitoring? These things I think that must be in your documentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haule. You have touched a key part of what we are currently looking. One of the key aspects, because now we are combining efforts, not only the academia consulting, but more members to academia consulting. Looking at it together is very, very important. With the support of the Vice Chancellor, Nelson Mandela Vice Chancellor, Professor Maulio Kipanyula, now, for example, it was not an issue for us to sign an MOU. We have a number of MOU, maybe 100, maybe 200. But sometimes even finding contact is an issue. You just remember someone was there, say, I think you are working with Penn State University. I think you are working with the Oldenburg University. So, with the few MOU I have participated in since the introduction of Professor Maulio Kipanyula, now we are making sure in the MOU, not only we mention the area of collaborations, we put someone who is responsible. We put an action plan. We put, if we have a consultant, they will meet at least maybe a quarter, have a result and disseminate, give feedback to the VC. So to make sure the collaboration is there, but the collaboration is working, is benefiting. So this is an improvement. So I hope with the universities which is also here, they can also put this or get these informations. Someone closer to work with the team members in the area, because we will have worked closely with IUC and this one. For now, I think we have a good representative from Moi University, from Utah, from Kinshasa, and others. So we want to make sure this team, they meet Actually, not only to meet, is not only to meet to say, hi, how are you, what is going on, no. To make sure we have an activity, we have an action plan. So for example, if you say proposal writing, how many proposals do you write in a quarter? If you say we have to follow up in commercializations, how do we follow up commercialization across these universities? If you want to say industry engagement, how many industries are you approaching? How many industries are you visiting? How do you make sure the message is received by the industry? So this is to make sure not only we sign the MOU, but to make sure the MOU is working so as not only we collaborate, not only we become international, but to make sure we achieve the purpose of being together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I really, three things I want to, about the students who build, say, systems they want to commercialize. I have a question of supply of the components and so on in terms of being able to get what they need in the market. Maybe in Kenya, but maybe not in many other countries. Questions of eventually we have been taught. I mean, somebody left consume certain things, we were able to get it in the market outside the laboratory. Second, I want to congratulate you, the program, the Nelson Mandela Institutions of Technology. I think I've been at the University of Europe for some while. I've seen the students come in so it's really, you see it at the margin. But for me, it's coming into focus now. One of
As someone say, we can at least much very fast, or we can leapfrog the problems we have. So what we are making sure we have the fabrication, the laboratory I said is working, is well going, it's that, they have developed the prototype, it's not a problem. But the blueprint, we have the issues of printing the blueprint. Now what we are aiming is fabrication of the blueprint here. Then you can assemble. Now if you assemble, we make sure the source, everything is here, at least we can continue to make sure the knowledge we have is serving our needs. We have to agree, our source, our problems cannot be the same as Chinese, as far north as Germany or Italy or what we have, and our solution cannot be the same. So if we have the capacity of making our own solutions here on the ground, I think we can achieve what we want to achieve as the first rate. Thank you, Prof, for that information. Dominic is doing very well. We have a number of alumni here, which have been, how many are you? Please raise your hand. Alumni, MOS alumni? Yes. A number of them, they are, yeah, it's quite a number. I think I said at least 10. A number of them now, they are doing PhD. I have talked to one, he's in the second year or third year. It's not bad. She was working also at the University of Utah before joining. And you send her to do the PhD. Yeah. So I think capacity building, you're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musa Dida, for the presentations and for taking up some questions. I have an announcement to make. I think you all have received a branded bag with a package inside. Not everyone. Make sure you have one from the reception desk. I mean, registration, yeah? So, in the pack you have a branded t-shirt. They are in 3 different colors, so you pick the color of your choice. And I'm happy to announce that tomorrow's formal costume will be a branded t-shirt. Sawa sawa? So please appear in t-shirt tomorrow. Could be red, gray, or I think, I don't remember, is it brown or something? So we have 3 different colors, and pick one of your choice and have it worn tomorrow. Having said that, the next presentation will be about milestones for entrepreneurship and regional innovation transfer and regional outlook on training programs and digital skills among youth in East Africa. And that will be delivered by none other than Mr. Ben Ruhinda, who is IUCEA project coordinator for D-Skills East Africa. Asante sana. Karibu.
Thank you very much for a very interesting introduction. I'm humbled and honored to talk about the milestones, which is not a simple task to do. But interestingly, also I'm happy that I'm going to tell a story. I would like first to confirm if the slides can come up. Technical team, kindly confirm for me if you can see my slide.
Not yet.
Okay, As the slide is coming up, I believe it will be coming. As I said, I'm Ben Luhinda, and I was introduced. I'm happy and honored to be here in this presence and this celebration. The story I'm to tell is that one time, a team of colleagues in terms of development have trust that education can have an impact. And they made their way to Inter-University Council through East African Community and asked a question: what can we do to impact the skills development in this region? And what can this be done, which is to impact the skills development, be useful for the youth employability? And that story comes this way, and it's the truth based on the fact of today. That team was coming from the side of BMZ. In their approach, they call it fact-finding. They came for fact-finding in the region, and they end up at IUCA. We started scratching our head to find what can come up with solving the problem of employability. But the key word always was ICT, was innovation, was other things. Thereafter, without telling long of the story, is that a proposal was put on the table. Let us find experts, go around, visit ministries, universities, find a gap. To cut the long story short, that was called a fact-finding, and we came up with a document which is a not verbal and the terms of reference. To end the story, the long story short now, is that a call which was put out, a number of universities responded to, and the team present from the morning we've been talking about might be the best and excelled. So congratulations again for making the first milestone of responding to the call. Yes, sir. Sorry for the change. Anybody can serve us with a USB? I was asked where can I send the presentation. They told me take your laptop there. Now my laptop.
Just share it by email.
To whom? That's what I'm willing to send it to someone.
Provide the email.